Happy Monday! I hope you guys are doing okay. Yeah. Hi, Nix. Welcome. Also, Diso, if you're not driving safely, I swear, I do not want another soul in heaven to guide, please. Happy Morgan Monday. Yes, hopefully this will be the last one. Until episode 2 comes out, of course. Of course. But hopefully I can finish it today. We'll see. We're gonna get into the meat of it. We're gonna get into the freaking Yuri meat of it, and I'm very excited. Super very excited. I hope you guys have been having a great day today. I've been chilling out. I didn't have human job, earth job, so it was pretty epic sleeping in a little bit. And by sleeping in, I mean waking up at 7 a.m. Oops. Hi, Jamie. Busy day, but good. Oh, I'm glad it's been good though. Hooray for busy day. Lurk. Oh crap. Jamie's lurking. I hope your earth job has been good. I hope it's been going okay. All the love for you, Nix. Mwaz. You're the passenger in the car? Okay, good. Whoever's driving the car, I feel sorry for them then. You're like, step on it! Step on it! I have to see the gay. I have to go home right now. But yeah, I hope you have a good day. I hope you guys are excited for April Fool's, by the way. It's oh boy, it's only like a week and some change away, I think. Is it like actually a week away? But anyway, it's close. I have a fun stream prepared, and my April Fool's joke is gonna be very epic. So I hope you're ready to see that. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. Okay, I'll stop dawdling. Let's get back into this. So the last thing I remember is that we left the, what's it called? The mortuary? We saw, let me bring it, I need to bring up people's names because I kind of forgot them. Hold on. Asher? Is that his name? David Asher? Yeah, we saw his body. Morgue. Yeah. I'm multitasking like hell, watching stream, watching BF play a game, playing Ultra Kill. Dude, I felt that. That's me like watching Manly Badass Hero play another obscure RPG, and then me drawing, and then me having like an idle game. Me also playing Cake Sort. That's me. Evangeline Morgan. Exactly, ADHD time. I understand you. Yeah, and then I'm also like eating something. I don't know, I'm snacking on something. Okay, but yeah, we just left the morgue, saw David's body, and I forget what we're going to. I don't remember. I know we were heading somewhere, but I don't know where we were headed to. Are we headed to the hospital? I'm gonna play Of the Devil eventually. It seems like kind of gay. It is a great gay game. I'm excited to see where the rest of episode 2 goes. I mean, episode 1, not episode 2 yet. That's still in production. Okay. Let's get it. Noble Tech headquarters. Okay, that makes sense because that literally says Noble like right there. I think I'm smart. Okay. Here we go. Also, sorry. also the glasses redeem. The glasses redeem works out. I have ADHD in the tags for a reason. Okay, now let's get into it. To get Sarah registered, okay. Morgan voice. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think this was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me. Oh, wee woo! They're coming for you, Morgan. Wee woo! Ever since it started like storming, there's been like sirens, so I'm scared. What happened? Wait, woo, Morgan, they're coming for your home. I'll quickly mute. Oh! Okay, I didn't want to hurt your ears. I'm back. Folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. Jamie! Give me your give! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I had to strategically place the new logo. Also, new logo. Woo, woo, woo. I had to strategically place it so that I could still have room for gifts. Sarah! Sarah! Oh, not that one. That one. Sarah! Sarah! Oh, I didn't download yet. Okay, Sarah, Sarah. Wherever will be. Da da da, Sarah. Okay. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean. Euclidean. Geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. Okay. Oh, pretty. To think this is the only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been there. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. Uh-oh. I'm kidding. Oh. Though I don't have a better explanation. Girl! Okay. Noble. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? Oh, true. It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again. The company. As if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So, it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that. Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Corporate culture? I could say that. Corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, working company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Let me know if the audio is a little too loud. I know last time, we had troubles with that. Yeah, Noble seems like fuck. I may be at work, but nothing will stop how gay I am for Evangeline, the incredibly normal Morgan of the Devil. Yeah, that is her last name, of the Devil. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I had 2086 on company time. That's real. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week? What could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. Okay. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? Oh, hello, sad little man twink. That's me. Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Dawes! Yeah. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Mm-hmm. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size, and they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. Not sausage! They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests. Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Sarah's barcode says EMET, which is a reference to Jewish golem legends. Emet is Hebrew for truth. Oh, true! That's so awesome. Lead the way. Dude, I feel like my voice is so scratchy today. Scratchy voice. Scratchy voice. Noble Electronics. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Basement floor. Ooh. That's pretty nice. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know. Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Adonai? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Oh. A girl? The Robocop at the start of episode 1 has a barcode that says pig. Oh, love. Okay, ooh, watch. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand new bestsellers. The Animate 16. Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Oh! Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. Okay. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini. But how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just, yeah! Right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. Ooh! We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. Whoa! You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out half a dozen of them, but... Right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High-precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partially. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. The chassis? Oh, words. But the synaptonin. Sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Features, Helen Jung. Jung. Hasn't David mentioned him as Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Chassis is more like chassis. I don't know. Chassis? Oh, chassis. Oh, okay. It's French. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, did he partner with her on this? Ooh. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWs? The inhalers. They're distributed by the... Ah! What the heck was that? Not me choking on my own spit. My apologies. What the heck? DAWs, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Oh god, what? Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so... Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Oh, yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Oh, popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there. Swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get to your into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sink straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Oh. Oh. Okay, I thought purge meant a different thing. I know what purge is. Yeah, I know, right? Girl, what's going on here? Also, that's crazy how they just had to pop pills all the time. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randolph Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flesh flab, I said flesh fab. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is flesh fab? Nope, not that. This one. A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilizes parallel nesting. Oh, that's a lot of words. So, can I have a dummy guide, please? Okay, so it just makes skin? Oh, it's flash fab, flash fab, that is the name, not flesh, girl. Okay. Okay, it's just nanotech. Yeah, like a really fancy video. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. Oh! Thanks, Dawes. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap. Literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Oh my god! This I love this game, but god, it makes me feel dumb! Dumb! Looks in the mirror. Look. Dumb, stupid, dumb. You're the reason why I feel insecure. If anybody knows Unis Honest. Anyway. Must be time consuming. You would think, but Randolph cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky. It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. Oh, what a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dodds does quality assurance, is it some kind of android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else am I missing? What else am I missing? What else? Oh! There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place. Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromafuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromafuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal. The side of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood, so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. That is interesting. Oh, what we've got on this datapad? Some kind of write-up? On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Take a sip of water. Much of our world today, and in fact, much of our world's economy is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. Oh, for real? For real? The thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between those two ends, where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come. But already, we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable, there you go, and truly indistinguishable, oh, they like this word, is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters in their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side. A point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Am I hearing this right? Is it really Morgan Monday? It's Morgan Monday! Morgan Monday! Every Monday is Morgan Monday! Comes right after Sarah Sunday. That's so true. So hello, Cubata, welcome. Okay, once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, must we ask? Oh! Okay, we got excited always! That's very interesting. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag? Or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... wary of it? Was that right? If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast. Now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could go bottoms up and people start to think— Yay! People start to think it's cruel. If Sarah is any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. All done? Ready to get to the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? Oh, what? Just talk to her! She's right there! As he says. Understood. Right then. What are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract? All Noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Easy to read and write. Stay compliant. Now, this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emotions. Oh, emoting, my bad. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... Oh, wow, you gotta measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Get it, guys, get it! Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? What is a tenet? Programming framework underlining the development of all modern automated dependent software. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, I get it. Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychonics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems? The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup, there you go, is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Oh, fire. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. Uh-oh! That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get... Oh, Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Yeah, that's fucking gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says. Unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Oh! Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian mode, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory default? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Oh! Not right now. The last thing, then, is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenet count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be, they only had 3 tenets total, and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents and the first lawsuits, then the hearings and the legislature, and the demand for more tenets. A tenet making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenet stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenet to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenet to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenet, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there, I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cultured, most elegant code is only used for war games. Hold on! Not the car alarm going off in the background. What the freak? I was checking if that was my car. Oopsies. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Senate Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny, ads with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenet counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had every accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Oh. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work. They say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Damn, she's worth $1 million bajillion.
You spoke differently back there. With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed.
Ooh. Like I copied his accent?
You seemed to mirror his effect, his tone.
It's called being friendly. What's your point?
It was just an observation.
You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required.
Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, hadn't I?
For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate. Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data.
And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer.
No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit. Oh.
I did no such...
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Oh, here we go. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now.
Taking control of your elevator is very...
convenient.
forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation.
If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle.
I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop. True. Oh boy, okay. Please, I pray to the heavens. Please be a MILF. Please. Please, God. I need another one. Oh, wait. Oh my God, yes, it's another mouth. Bless up. Yes, I'm winning today. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. I feel like I let her stew. She's brooding, let her brood. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. Dude, I don't know what, I only have like one MILF voice. And I'm using it. Maybe somewhere around. I've always liked this time of day. Not too muggy for you, because Morgan is more, she's more in the front of the throat, you know? She's more out here. She has, like, pronounced words. That's how I set her differently a little bit. And then she could be more the back of the throat, maybe. Like that. Ugh! Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung, just Miss is fine. Miss Jung, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years.
Yes, we did. But as much as I like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone.
Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great! But that must mean you know why I'm here.
I don't want to make assumptions.
No need. I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to.
Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers?
You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly. Got all the faces memorized.
It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes.
If you're nuts about your work, maybe. Ooh. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently.
David asked you to take it? Hmm? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already.
The police gave me full access to the scene.
Then you know that he wasn't alone last night.
Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted.
I was that witness. Dude, I knew it.
Really? Obviously. And there aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had executive planned 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation?
Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak.
I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind?
Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion.
Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen.
Touché.
And...
So perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well.
You're doing this for my sake?
No. My reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic.
If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night?
Yes, and around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly.
He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call? In person?
We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked.
About?
The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves.
How long ago was that?
7 or 8 years ago?
Miss Jung?
Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later... That he would be dead? That he would commit suicide in front of me.
Uh-oh. A firm reply.
What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime. Enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem. I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL. Is that how you say the acronym? Straight into his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with him to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. The last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't.
Holy moly, that's a lot. Okay.
You said CCE Standard Operating Procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us strain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. Oh, that's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. Oh, that's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. Oh! So every consultant I met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say that they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? Interesting. So, do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. Yeah, that's what Did he say he was in consulting or he was a consultant? I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups?
There's a story. Excuse me, I'm gonna drink water.
There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the one-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in noble commercials and noble-sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by the end of the day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day is long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water. And he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and we had finally gotten a win. So David asked if I got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. He says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Aww. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. All right. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No. David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Uh-oh!
Scandalous.
The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes? Weren't you the one who designed serotonin, the factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was a little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? Ooh. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years.
Sarah?
So this android, Sarah. Even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project?
Pet?
No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice.
He never mentioned me? Sarah Pout is so cute. I agree.
No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom.
You have a mailroom?
And not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech.
Damn, they got rid of mail completely in 2030? Damn, we got 5 years left, guys!
He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news.
Are you really going to take this to court?
That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided, but I believe.
That's interesting. Water! I'm barely paying attention, but the yellow-eyed... Yes. She is an android. She's an android built to look a lot like a human, but she can lift a whole car. And she's kind of like a war robot, but she's so cute. I like her too.
Would you kindly slow the hell down?
I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I talking too quickly for you?
That wasn't walking.
Oh, walking. Sorry, my bad. She said walking, not talking.
That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different.
Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zhenjiao? I think I said that right.
Just let me catch my breath for a minute.
Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape?
No.
But since we left the cab, your heart rate is...
I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes.
Is that so?
Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith.
That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp...
You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here?
The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it.
Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town.
It should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful.
Of what?
It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should...
Relax.
Adonai, it's growling.
It's not growling at me. See?
So it's just me that it doesn't like. Aww.
Too much static.
How do you get it to calm down?
It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm.
Do you like animals?
What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals?
Do you have a pet?
No, never have.
I volunteer! I volunteer! I volunteer as tribute! Why not?
Because I don't want to take care of a pet.
No! No!
It's so over.
It's so over. That seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you.
But...
You notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation.
Damn.
You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety?
It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people, other than you.
In other words, you're shy.
That is not what I... Can I try petting it?
There's no law against it.
If you want a pretty lady to treat you like a pet play model. Yeah? Play model employee? That's a game I think I have heard of it before.
Oh fuck, we're bumping. Oh, we're bumping. And this is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims.
The music mixing in this game. I feel like the song's more a little louder. Turn it down a little bit.
Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met?
I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close.
Do you think that they were sleeping together?
That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about.
Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only
I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Shit. God damn it.
Okay. Did you catch the killer yet?
No.
What the hell? What the hell? I sent you his POS.
I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now.
Lame.
Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes?
Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect.
That's almost sweet, I think.
Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something.
You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies.
Eat this analogy. Did that come through into the character's break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger.
I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it?
Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You'll code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically.
But not Cube?
You can look it up. But basically Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines, under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient.
How rugged.
Let Asher learn Cube anyway. It's older than dirt. From like the 40s.
I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something.
Vague.
Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked.
What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai?
Not telling.
Oh.
Oh, ooh. Ooh, cunt! Look at that gay-ass pose. Oh, they're gay. And that one over there, he matches the photo Fran sent. Should I approach now or look around some more? Hold on. The stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, once you get past the bouncer.
Do you think they might have met here?
David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here.
Because you found the walk so challenging?
Because it's too loud to relax, and not dark enough to be anonymous.
I see.
What's that face? You got an opinion to share?
The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite...
I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like?
Early 21st century punk rock? Okay.
Is that just you, or does that go for all androids?
I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them.
Wonder what they'd say.
If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with the early 21st century punk rock.
Debate settled. Did music peak with 21st century punk rock? Okay, but is she like into mainstream bands, or is she like... Or is she into, like, actual punk rock bands, or is she into, like, Fall Out Boy? What does she listen to? No hate on Fall Out Boy. Fall Out Boy is pretty epic. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. So you can, like, eat things?
Yes, I can.
What, like, android food?
There is no such product.
So what do androids eat?
Online user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes.
Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And chargers separation anxiety.
According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term.
Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food?
No, it is not like dog food at all.
Can you buy it from the pet store? Oh.
It seems that you can.
How is this something you have to look up anyway?
Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me.
Like what?
Marbled beef, never hydroponic avocados, foie gras, that sort of thing.
I am not paying for any of that. Dude, yeah, that's some rich people shit. What kind of reading material gets, left out in the club? A tabloid interview? Oh boy, okay, I'm gonna drink water. Oh shit, tabloid. Tabloid! Hold on, I'm gonna be cunty artsy. Exclusive sits down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double-checked to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now, get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with a mysterious young woman who's being called, and perhaps the only truly unanimous vote that it's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a oh, this is her. Maybe I'll do that voice for her.
People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a... Market? Did I just say that? The stock market. I swear, I literally, I remember talking about this last stream. Sometime I just go into the New York accent for some reason. I'm not even from New York. I never lived there in my life, but sometimes I just slip into it. That's setting the stock market into a spin, so...
You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000 increase in share price.
Yay! I'm happy for them, of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this.
She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible, of course. On anything else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way?
Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house.
Does it stress you, all that attention?
Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless.
Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share?
Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young.
She has brat summer every summer. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know.
Oh, 18 to 29. Now and forever.
Why 18 to 29? 20, that's a big range. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business.
It might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe it's one hell of a farce. In the meantime, she's I'd say pretty fucking powerful? Okay, wait, hold on. Powerless and I mean, like, this could be perceived in a couple of different ways, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna save, though. Because, like, she is powerless in the fact that she can't do anything of her own, like, accord without causing something. But she's also powerful in the fact that literally everything she does causes something. So, I don't know. I don't know which one to choose. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I'm gonna pick powerful and see if that's right. Oh, okay. Some rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, luxury's got them at her mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Oh shit. Oh my god. Bro, your mesh... Hey, your mesh tank... Hey, your mesh tank top is kinda... I'm gonna get that for you. I'm just gonna... Also, how many belts are you wearing? Dude, I want to put Lanny in this outfit. I want to put him in this outfit. Just gonna screenshot this, be like, hey. Okay, yeah, that's him alright. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll... I want to see her play it cool, though. Nah, but he looks punk, so I think he'd appreciate her playing it straight. Isaac Porter. How am I gonna do his voice? I don't even... My poor throat. He's gonna be like, he has to be like deep and gravelly. So I'm gonna try. What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that, then, yeah. I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell... Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah? Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two are together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Oh my god, he was gay! Yesterday. Damn! Oh damn, he fucking killed himself because his hot punk boyfriend broke up with him. I would too. Care to elaborate on our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once, and I can get it on record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times. Each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat into the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes, oh my god. And he'd still sit there the rest of the night unfazed. David was... So I could have had a chance? Oh, fire. David, I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, David. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. Then he ticked me off. On one night, things were slow and my set had been canceled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so... I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in and at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Oh, shit! Smooth as fuck! Man, did that tick me off. Oh yeah, I'm sure it did. Oh, I'm sure it did. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could really pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know. Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until... There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were. And how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me. At some point. Aww. So I pulled away a little. Wanted to see if he'd notice. If he'd miss me. Aww. Testing him. Like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. Aww. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't. So I ended it.
Good for him. We love a king that has has self-worth.
Last night. Sorry, different way of saying that. I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered, first ring, without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel for the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell. Oh, all I called to tell him. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David?
Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
And now you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Met any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go.
Your discography is very impressive.
Oh, she likes punk music!
Yeah, thanks.
And your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy.
Aww.
I think...
Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? You need to steal him from somewhere else first, butcher him before shitting him back out?
I was not trained on any data sets that...
Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Yeah, punk ideology! Yeah, punk ideology! Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about?
He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model. In early 21st century.
Not that. Why'd you talk to him?
I just felt that I should say something to him.
A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is. They'll just start gagging.
You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai?
Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left.
Is there still somewhere you want to investigate?
Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point.
Where? No more, okay. Oh, okay. We back in his house?
The basement. You sure you don't want to look? Oh my god! You sure you don't want to look at the crime scene?
I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle.
The other angle?
You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the... What did you just say to me? What did you just say to me, Morgan? What did you just say to me, Morgan? What did you just say to me? You can't say that, Morgan. You can't do an Umineko reference in my game, Morgan.
Not the chessboard! I'm sorry if that hurt your ears. Epic Umineko reference.
Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel?
I've seen mystery films.
Well, let's see if you paid any attention then.
Morgan, when I get you, Morgan, when I get you.
What killed David Asher?
Poison.
10 points. Oh.
There's a point system?
Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream?
He must have ingested it orally.
And how do we know that?
The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds.
And if he had inhaled it?
Inhaled it? Why?
Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them.
I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice.
Practice by answering my question.
I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler.
Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left with is oral intake.
Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai?
Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home.
Except for his cup. The results were inconclusive.
Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude, then, that David's cup alone was poisoned.
That all seems logical. And consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So, why are we down here?
Minus 10 points.
Back to 0?
David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story.
So we have to conclude, then, that he got them both from this bar?
Better. 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet?
The police have been here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here.
So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again.
But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to...
If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself.
He wouldn't do that.
And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera?
From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar.
So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes, and he didn't poison himself in that time,
he would have had a perfect alibi for the crime.
proving his innocence.
But Ada and I, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here.
I think there are.
Ooh! What do you mean?
This whole building is coated head to toe in penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android on every floor, it's all plugged into penumbra. Except that.
That panel is...
manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse?
I've never given it much thought.
Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall.
You mean...
Signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before?
It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home.
At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can, now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence?
Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command.
Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that?
For the purposes of record keeping, yes. Oh, fire.
If you...
I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they're on a separate network from the rest of the building.
Where are they feeding to, if not the penumbra system?
Behind my hibernation unit.
A false wall in the back of a safe.
I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home?
Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money in odd becomes eccentric.
I see. I think.
I don't. What the hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time's short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later.
Well...
Peruse? The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever.
Technically.
Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder.
This is a rolling ladder. A kind of step ladder. Not a ladder.
What?
Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out.
And?
It's important to note the distinction.
I'd bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again. Ever.
Or will. Or it's very important, you know? Looking at the weights give you the... Okay, I'll look at the weights.
So is that the original?
It was a Prius and confirmed to be genuine.
At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see?
I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature. two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think.
Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. Okay. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry?
What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising?
Did you ever see him use any of this crap?
No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health.
Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like this even if he was piloting a frame.
Don't be so sure, Adonai.
Pardon?
The following is a true story, based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath.
Oh god.
Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the global Donkey Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase, and then he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller only had this to say: that man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smoke screen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no real location of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer.
Wow.
Wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside.
Sarah, every single word you just said was false.
Huh?
Don't believe everything you read on the net. Alright. Alright, girl. If that was in direct correlation to something, I did not get it. But that was silly. I liked it. I'm sorry that I missed the joke if there was one. I swear to God, if you explain it to me and I laugh like really hard, I'm gonna cry. There was a crack on the ground. Oh yeah, there it is. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know, I've never noticed that crack before.
Might want to get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation.
How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Yeah, Sarah's believe it or don't. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third.
How do we open it?
I also hope to. She's very silly. Literally, Morgan was like, "Hey, you can lie," and she's like,
and I took that personally. One moment. I see.
Got it open already?
I cannot open this door.
Why?
It is a Tethys Basics.
Sturdicure. Yep.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real?
It's a closed system, Adonai.
The hell am I supposed to do now?
Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, He made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating.
And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open?
It'll be a 6-character password. Some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? Am I supposed to get this at the start? Am I supposed to get this at the start? Yeah! Booyah! No dice.
Could it be your birth date? Or his?
If David set the password to something as dumb as that, I'd never forgive him.
As you say, Adonai.
No, he would have picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Okay, why can't I can't search my notes. Is it 6 letters, right? 6 letters. Six? I don't remember anything where we had 6 letters. Weights? W-E-I-G-H-T. I'll try Morgan. I forgot that it's 6 letters.
M-O-R-T. Was that your name you just tried?
It's 6 characters, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it. Was there some word that only the two of you knew? A nickname?
Oh. Oh.
Ooh-ah!
Yeah, that's Sarah's believe it or don't. I'm not sure it's gonna be true in there. Way too really? It's that close? What the freak? Ooh. Three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's it. Oh. Nope. Girl, what is it? Girl, what? Ah! Try and what's something more? What? Okay. That's something Morgan would learn when Sarah leaves the sarcophagus. What? Thank you for not give up. Okay. What's something Morgan would learn? Okay. Where's the I need the fucking da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Da 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 The M-O-M-M. I don't get it! I don't, okay. I have to lock in. What is, so going up past Sarah's story is too far. One, two, three, four, five. That you're the best criminal attorney around. You'll figure out in no time. Literally, Morgan just sitting there like, like her eyes like go like cross-eyed. That's me right now. Is it cracks? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not. That's not it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not. No. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try it. Game. Game. Okay. Oops. What? Wait. Did I say the wrong thing? Oh my fucking god, dude. How? Alright. Yay! I got it! I accidentally pressed the... When pressing enter, I pressed the wrong thing. But I said I got it. Yay!
It's opening. What was the password, Adonai?
You'd never guess. How and why, dude? Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing so much cloak and dagger check. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room.
Scary.
A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. No, my bar license!
So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives,
someone slipped this in the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality.
I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sound, sensations. I can even get detailed reports on air particles.
Oh. You mean you can smell?
Better than any human, and some canines.
So does it smell stale in here to you?
Stale?
It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently.
Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected?
2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton android, and a secret phrase. If David said a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in.
You're looking for camera footage?
I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be time-stamped and formatted for short-range devices.
I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m.
You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then.
Of course. It's just that I am having difficulty.
Try double-clicking. Hey!
I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted.
Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand of the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into.
These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work.
Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special?
Adden,
Can you break his encryption, yes or no?
with enough time,
And how much time would that be?
I would estimate it at about 2 to 6 hours.
That's a 4-hour window.
No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that is to be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process.
2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started.
I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time.
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote.
So you're doing it in the back of your head?
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive.
Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind.
No.
Alright, can you take the show on the road? Or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery?
I have copied the encrypted files and we'll work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese, even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me.
It must be very important if you're giving it to me.
It's certainly very heavy.
Was there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corny old murder mystery.
Widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of...
There is something else. Your papers.
That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah.
It's dated to a few weeks back, and he already made up his mind about all of this. If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now.
Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Not if you will realize how precious you are.
Aww, haha.
As a collector's item. Oh. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this.
It's good that you do then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go to a friend of his.
Yeah. This will get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
You could at least pick a charitable institution.
Oh, it's just an old saying. All colleges have been for profit since the 60s.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority.
There's an upcharge at this hour of priority transportation.
That's irritating. But I like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7.
I'll prepare that on the way over.
Very good, Adonai.
Damn, 5.7?
Does it excite you? Going into courtrooms?
What do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your raging a ragtag assembly of witnesses?
Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were.
What's your deal, anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something?
We didn't watch films together, if that's what you're asking. Though he was really the one who suggested it.
So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick, anyway?
What do I get?
Why do you do it? What's your reason?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot who I was talking to. Or what I was talking to, my bad.
I like the performances.
Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something?
He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
I hadn't noticed.
I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate. Their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction. So these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Ananai?
What about me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid.
Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Interesting. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd have thrust an android into my lap, either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. Wait, but I was gonna suggest, dude, that would have been so funny. The android would complain, loudly of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. Oh my god, Morgan. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the Senate, before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at?
I can confirm that I am making progress.
Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I love the Dr. Perry Cloud Cuckoo Lander. What the fuck? Cloud Cuckoo Lander? What does that mean? Cloud Cuckoo Lander? That's a word.
But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of completion percent.
Give it your best shot anyway.
4%. Are you feeling confident in your case?
Markedly less so after hearing that.
Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument?
What are you talking about?
Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict?
Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there?
Should I not?
Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails.
Term for wacky? Okay.
I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Well, automated, sorry.
Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm.
So, androids are used to reduce caseload?
Been that way for decades.
But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling?
Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater.
Well, no shit. Like, who wants like any form of government like powered by an AI? That's just how it be. I wouldn't want that shit. I'd fight that shit.
But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants.
If you hope the 8th attorney judge ran a kangaroo court, oh, don't worry, it isn't true AI. Okay.
And it's not controversial? Having machines determine the sentencing for human beings?
Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it.
Okay, hold on. I do want to ask this question. How are ads not artificial intelligence? Like, that is a genuine question that I have. Cause like, yeah, they're super like they're super like high level artificial intelligence. But how are they not? Question. Like, is it because they have personalities? The tenants? Oh. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just saw like the tenants as like barriers that they like can't cross, like rules for them to follow, right? Are you like... Oh, well, I thought AI would be more controllable as well. Okay. That's why, I don't know. I guess I could understand that. Because at least AI now can sometimes be uncontrollable. And vary sometimes. Like, I saw a video the other day of Neurosama. If any of you know Neurosama, the AI-powered VTuber. Sometimes she messes with her code a bit. That her code reveal doesn't like like he doesn't change anything about it. Sometimes she goes out of script. So I guess I could see that, yeah. Because they're not developed themselves repeating information in their program. Okay. AI would be ads that aren't bound by... Okay. I understood it as following protocols rather than actual intelligence. Okay. Okay, that makes sense then. Thanks for explaining it to me. Preesh. Big preesh. Why am I getting... Sorry, I'm getting notifications. Get away, you sillies. Oh, wait, I'm playing a game. Every ad follows a script. They're a super advanced program. AI self-learn through collecting... Okay, makes sense.
Makes sense. Besides, used to be that even the most high profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week.
And that's not rushing things?
Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure.
I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste.
Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick.
I see.
True AI is only found on military black sites, mad scientist basements, old shady websites. Low-grade AI used to be common in universe red. I see. Interesting.
But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics?
That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is?
That logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the courts to be just as possible? To be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible.
Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had.
Such as?
Disgust.
What?
That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with.
Oh, she knows. Oh, she knows.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem.
Oh? Hello? Hello, game? Oh, okay. Oh, boy. Okay. Hold on. I'm not gonna end stream, but I do need a little bit of a break to fill up my water before we get into the quad room and get into the thick of it. I'm in the thick of it, everybody knows. So I'll be right back. Little 5-minute break. Everybody go get some water. Go to bathroom, eat. I'll be right back, okay? You have a great time playing word game. We all love word game here. I'll be right back, okay? Whee! guys hella killed that. I don't know how, does it say how far we went? I guess how far we've ever gotten. I don't know how far we've ever gotten, but I feel like y'all can smash it. Smash it. Hello, everybody. Yes, it's Emma, my queen forever. I'm excited to see where this is gonna go. Also, I forgot there's a save option up here. Hi, Emma. Okay. Let me just take one more sip. Let's go. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her.
That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep?
Oh, pretty. What's up with me falling for Lesbians Lego Citizens Lebanese? When Emma and Morgan cuddle, who do you think is a big spoon and who is a little spoon? There is no cuddle. Yeah, true, there is no cuddle. There's only hate sex and courtroom. No, but Emma would be the big spoon. She looks like she's just more cuddly, you know? It's loading. Because woman... The courtroom banter is the foreplay, yeah. Courtroom, which is a form of sex. Yeah. Now that's pretty gay.
It needs to load.
Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uninformed officers had little to lose, and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media.
Have fun lurking, Jamie. Be safe with your drive.
And then there's the corporate plans.
Beep beep.
Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was gonna end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of the circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed?
With all those films you watch, I'd figure that you would extrapolate.
That's how you say that.
I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order, and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case.
That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct?
Mostly, sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case.
What do you do then? Sit here and watch?
Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me.
You've said that before. Discovery means?
Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation.
Which I can provide.
You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? Aw.
And the jury? I don't see where they would sit.
The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity.
And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them?
You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you?
Yeah, coming from an android, that's kind of crazy.
I was just thinking about that on the break. I was like, damn, Sarah is kind of like... Sarah was arguing against the fact that ads were like court judges. And I thought that's interesting. But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with.
So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant?
Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts. And it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David. Yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less.
I think it's waking up.
Okay. I might change her voice when I see her personality, but right now she's chilling.
This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant 8084 presiding. I call to order the case of the people versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement?
No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here.
Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show started.
If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Okay, Queen.
My module name is Adjutant. My unique designation code is 8084. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture and every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the
Okay, I can see.
like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So, what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod!
Multiple personalities? You got it.
Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me, they're guilty or whatever.
Your Honor.
Oh, wait, what the flap?
This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug?
Okay, okay, she's got a lot of she's got a lot of personalities. Okay. Okay.
Is this a debug thing? Cause I'll log the error if I need to.
No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he...
Oh, Lord.
I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckooing the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize the adjutants were so lively.
They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness.
No, I was not, in fact, referring to her breasts. She just had big boobies, though.
What's that look for? Could it be your... trying to size me up?
Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor.
Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial,
I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable.
So, people, shall we get started with that first witness?
Right away, Your Honor. The people called Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand.
Oh, okay. Hi, Yumi. What's up, girl?
It's Yumi.
Hey.
So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole truth and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability?
I do.
Good enough for me!
Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was.
And when did you make your examination?
I started last night. Well, technically 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning.
Objection!
Okay, girl. Girl, it was literally just the it was literally just the time! Good God.
The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks.
The hell? All I said was...
Yeah, what she said!
You mean sustained? Don't get all cute with me, counselor.
Oh, hey! I earned those.
Being cute is my job!
God damn, we've barely gotten started.
That seemed pretty bad, Adonai.
Halt, heads up. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Okay. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Okay, yeah. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high... Yeah, I'm not playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. Oh. Okay. Blind -1. Love. In a world where women can only get law degrees if they have a large enough cup size, dude, I'd get that shit. Dude, I'm your judge now. I'm judge. Did you know I have a boob toggle? I don't think you knew. I don't think you knew I had a boob toggle. Hee. Okay. There they go. I wish I could do this in real life, by the way. I want to so bad. Anyway.
We should try to avoid being penalized in the future.
Thanks for the tip. Shaken off, I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough.
Dr. Sato... Oh, Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death?
He passed away due to respiratory failure.
Could you explain what that means to the court?
Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing.
What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms?
I have boobs? I have boobs. Hi, I have boobs. Only sometimes, when I feel like it. My body is made out of light after all. There they go.
There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting.
I am non-binary. Oh my god, crazy, right?
Pale skin and a bluish tinge around certain extremities.
And the condition he was in matched those symptoms?
Correct.
In your experience, what are most common causes of respiratory failures?
It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy.
And what else could cause respiratory failure then?
It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses.
Drug overdoses? Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher?
Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean?
Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you could still advance text faster if you want with space or left. Okay. Oh shit. Then hit the call button to call the. Is this fucking Danganronpa? Testimony will keep repeating until from the beginning until you. Is this fucking Danganronpa? Is Danganronpa?
Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth.
Oh my god, it's Danganronpa. Whitney David's contract upright cup. Okay. It's Danganronpa.
The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, and then fainting.
Do I have to hold it?
Oh no, I don't.
Wait! That's the wrong one! Shit!
After choosing to call to a statement, you need to respond to the evidence. However, hover over the 3 cards that show up and left click. Okay.
Listen! That's really cool, but I didn't mean to do it, god damn it.
You're joking, right? Just trying to keep things light. But that's supposed to be my job.
So quit scabbing! Overruled!
Yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Hold on. I'm just gonna skip.
Oh shit, I saved it!
Okay. Okay. It's fine. David's contract upright cup. Okay, hold on. Pause for a second. Let me actually read this shit. Binder containing full text of David Asher's employment contract. Details compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions of what constitutes a breach of contract, and how. Okay, now I read. Okay, great. That told me nothing. Whiskey. The ADHD streamer check is really. You know, I put that next to girl failure for a fucking reason. I gotta let the people know that I'm stupid. I'm sorry. A bottle of the Rose River whiskey. Yeah. No foreign elements or toxins on the brand. Okay.
Esto
Yeah, basically. Oh, okay, so it was the whiskey, David's, and upright cup. Okay, let me see. What do we have in upright cup? Upright cup? Anybody have an upright cup? You haven't done anything to indicate you're stupid, to be perfectly honest. I don't know, that last one was pretty stupid, but I appreciate you, thank you. Is this it? No, that's not the upright cup. For his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. Okay. Where the fuck is the upright cup? Was that? That's not the upright cup. Okay, my bad. Late, but it says that my cup size is too small to be a lawyer. Not the fact that I would cry under the ice amount of pressure in the courtroom. Yeah, no, Sam, I would too. He wasn't getting enough oxygen in his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness. As a teacher was healthy, respiratory failure at emergency entry to a drug overdose. The toxin was at the hospital. It came back clean. It sucks heavily that I can't look at my evidence right here, because it would have been very nice. It would be very nice to look at my evidence here, but I can't. I can't. Yeah. Man, this game makes me think. So, she was talking about, like, clean. So I can only guess that it came back clean was the thing we should do. We only have like shit, dude. Open your mouth without thinking, huh? Dude, this sucks. Dude, this sucks. This actually sucks. I don't like this very much, I'm gonna be so honest. But it's cool, but like what the fuck? For slow people like me, it's not fun. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Oh, okay. Yay! It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died.
That makes sense.
And that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Me, when I throw a playing card at my not straight opposing counsel and she breaks and her chains break a little bit. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor.
In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for the substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! That name is already taken.
Fine, call it Delta or whatever.
Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad.
Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant.
I know the feeling.
So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been liquid.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court?
Yes, please! I wasn't listening that closely!
The victim died of respiratory failure.
God, I love that. I love that sprite.
And his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance. The poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here?
Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be poisoning. Be up poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Oh, finally! Time to let me fucking think. Thank God. And she said, there's one thing that doesn't feel like a suicide. Did we eat? Well, I mean, this could not work potentially because she does have the witness account that he said something about finality, right? Does it say anything deeper about the whiskey? Not curling handwriting. What the hell is tox screen? Send attending physician back to med school. Send apologies. Okay. Oh, really? You can hover over emerald? Oh, that's cool. Whiskey. Okay. It's a classic suicide! I mean, I guess it would be the whiskey because it is negative for poison, right? I am gonna save here though. I'm gonna try it.
The whiskey? What about it?
Okay, Morgan, that wasn't my thought process, but what fucking ever. That wasn't my thought process, but whatever. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. Ooh, okay. Ooh, David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, oh god, not blackjack. Every piece of information you learn deals you a card, okay. Choose only questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, okay. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit, yeah, okay. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21, right? That is blackjack, yeah. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. Guys, this is a lot of gameplay. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument and hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Okay, so I got 12 out of 21. I am going to fucking save here, Jesus Christ. Okay. So we were talking about this earlier. Blackjack is a bit more straightforward. Blackjack is my favorite poker game, by the way. I love blackjack. When I first played this, I was really bad with the timing of the card throws. Dude, no, it was really hard. It was really hard. I thought you had to like fucking hold it because of the little meter. Okay, so anyway, I lost my train of thought. We were talking about this earlier in the game, right? And the girlies were saying that it only could have been ingested, but Morgan, like, mentioned that it could have been inhaled. But I think there is proof that it was only ingested, right? Okay, well, no, it's in his bloodstream. I don't know why we would question if it was a respiratory failure. You sure Delta is to blame? I'm gonna try this one first. I'm gonna see where it gets us. Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... Oh, well, I'm at 14. Let's press. But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes. Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Aw, man, I wanted to jump on her case. Okay. So we need a 3. And that's a little scary, because I don't know how much these guys are gonna give me. Isn't it possible that he actually died from something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Really? That was a queen? What the fuck? could argue or speculate about what caused the respiratory failure, but it is, in fact, a fact that he died because his heart and lungs stopped working. Right. Thank you for that. Dude, press the load button, silly. So I have to pick a question, huh? Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant and a respiratory failure would occur. I'm not gonna fucking press. Are you kidding me? How do I? Girl! What? Huh? But if I... Dude, I'm gonna be so for... Is my only option just to bust here? You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? Oh, it gave me a 2. Jesus Christ, this game scares me. No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you described. Was there a question in that statement, counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? Actually, I don't know that this is fake blackjack. I feel like this is the first time I'm playing this. No, not yet anyway. Seems like that's... blackjack. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor.
The witness will answer the question.
Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak. But I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just all about all I can manage.
Detective Reyes, you are one of the leads in investigating this crime scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene?
I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen.
What did they find when they arrived on the scene?
The victim was unconscious on the floor in his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesville Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves? None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics' security division, we searched the entire building. But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from.
So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene?
The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle. But I know there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Okay, we got upright cup. David's cup. Let me take a look at. I know I looked at it last time, but I forgot. Okay, can't find anything from the cup. And then poison. His many similarities. With the present drug. No additional traces found anywhere at the crime scene or in David's penthouse. Okay. Okay. It's one who prepared their drinks. That's true. And there was no opportunity for the witness to enter to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Okay. Huh. Made a claim. Okay. She can't actually support. I mean, I think it is there was no opportunity for the witness to slip him something. I think that's the one. Because there could be. I don't think I did the right one. Yeah. Oopsies. Okay. Let me fucking ah! Okay. So we got upright cup, we got David's cup, and then we got poison. Scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement, and there was no poison anywhere else. I think this is it. I think that's it. I don't really see anything. Unless it's that one. I wish I had a longer time to look at these. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Okay, it might be that one. Yippee! You can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly shows that the tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was, in fact, poisoned.
You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve? Or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford?
Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time. But that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware.
Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that.
Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination.
Fire away, baby! Fire away?
Baby? Oops, I didn't press that.
Yeah.
Reyes' testimony is meant to show that Dave is the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I can get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Ever seen poisoning himself? Okay, that's kinda great. This is interesting. Could he have been poisoned off camera? This is interesting. He could have been, right? I'm gonna save right here, actually. Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera?
Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done.
But that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Okay. My fucking bad. So it has to be one of the... Huh? I don't see this one. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct?
Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else.
Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera?
Sure.
There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching that every room. See, that's what I wanted to like do with the other one. This is the line of questioning I wanted with the other one, but my bad.
No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day.
I love when her eyes go dark. I love when her eyes go dark. I love when there's no emotion behind her eyes. Morgan, I love you. And if they had been there before yesterday,
then we would have seen them leave. Again, to the front door. Okay, my
bad! Do I really gotta really? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night?
No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor.
He had already poured? In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Oh, this is different. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor?
No.
That was a fast answer.
Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think?
What about in his lab? His bedroom? His basement?
No, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse.
Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? I love saving at everything. I love saving. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased?
No.
He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers?
Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why?
Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective.
What point?
Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Blackjack, bitch. Blackjack.
What do you mean procure?
Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand. It had to have been in another container at some point.
Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated.
All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill.
Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure.
There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guests never had an opportunity to kill him. But they've failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself.
Then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source.
Shit. That's way too specific to be a bluff.
Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found at Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one! It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers.
That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor.
Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it.
Uh-oh. Even the android can see where this is going.
With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really.
You think Randock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? I need to drink water.
Using the Nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's...
Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time, in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute, at a touch of a button. Specifically, Preset 19.
Oh! Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time.
Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am! But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them? Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. And the cups they drink from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor?
She has the timeline correct so far. She made a mistake with the time. I don't see any mistake with the timeline. I'm gonna be so for real with you. I'm gonna say, not at this time, no. The timeline you described is accurate, as we know it.
As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup. By placing it inside the Nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events! He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no?
Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah?
Adonai,
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, Counselor, are we done here?
Well, I mean, I feel like if we stay here, it's just gonna be the end, so... Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive.
Oh, right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, Counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so
Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know.
So, I was hoping you wouldn't have to go through this next part.
What are you talking about?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night. Oh, between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter.
Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be relevance, Your Honor.
Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool. Begin playback.
Oh, God. No! No! I don't know what's going to give David. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Oh my God. Isaac? You there? Yeah, I'm here.
What's wrong?
Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up.
Why not? Did you mean to call me?
Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah. How have you been? Christ, David.
What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry.
Yeah, his name's Pookie. Whatever you did. That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working.
Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or...
Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now.
Isaac.
Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway.
Isaac, recently I've been distracted. I know,
I'm a new dad. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good.
Oh. Okay. So do you need anything, or should I?
You know, I'm gonna be so for real. Like, there was not an open communication there. He did not give fucking David the time to speak. He just kind of like pushed all of his emotions onto him. Like, yeah, both of the parties are at fault. But like, if you're gonna actually break up with somebody, you have to at least have an open conversation about it, right, dude? Anyway, notice that Sarah's skin tone is somewhere between Isaac and David's. Oh my God, it's their child. It's their baby. Where did you even get this?
All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system, and the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance.
Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill.
Shall we hear the rest?
Oh no!
Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Father...
It might just be a call, but it makes for a pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that?
That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible?
Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity? Oh!
Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night.
That was a bad move, Miss Rockford.
Then, if the people have nothing further to add,
I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters but pitying me, here and now, that's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling.
It's about time for...
Oh my lord. Me to call my first witness, no.
You want to keep going? After that?
What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Hi, Jess!
Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands?
Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today.
Of course, whatever I can do.
What is your relation to the deceased?
I was his executive assistant at Noble
I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. Jesus Christ.
I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communicators between him and other departments, that sort of thing.
Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long, if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability.
Right.
Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well regarded professionally?
Of course. Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world.
Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Intent?
I'm feeling like that's gonna be, assisting!
Did anyone ever threaten him?
There were times when he was the focus of negative attention.
How so?
Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop.
And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories?
Relevance?
Whether or not people wanted to kill him?
Well...
Withdrawn. Miss Starling?
People would attempt to contact him, yes. But their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth. Or that someone should do something to shut him up.
Did they ever talk about hurting him?
Yes. But, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm saying that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff?
All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, counselor? Just clearing my throat. May I continue? You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns?
Sure, we've gone out to dinner and on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot.
Oh.
Even if he didn't realize that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but...
Did he ever talk to you, or, to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself?
God, no, never!
Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness, depression, anxiety?
No.
So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself...
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
You're saying that you can't believe.
Objection.
On what grounds?
Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to?
The deceased's mental health history. Uh-oh! Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondence that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without this permission. Well, his permission, I'm sorry. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime.
Convincing!
Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the court. But I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on the footage?
77%. Approximately.
I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag.
I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his platinum plan.
Platinum?
I don't intend to air all.
There is no out!
I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, yes. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with.
Transcripts of his phone calls?
I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
Oh, about that. There's nothing strange yet. There's something strange. Is there something strange? He didn't have a platinum plan, did you? I don't think he had a platinum plan. Okay. Damn, we love that -10 blind, by the way. I don't know, I thought he didn't have a platinum plan. Am I wrong? Oh, I guess this is what I was thinking about. I mean, fuck. We saved, right? So why not? I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this?
It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity.
Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan. Oh, I was right! Not a platinum plan.
What? Really?
Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record.
This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist, both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp.
Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide a psychiatrist from Noble's spying. No, he was smarter than that. Okay, valuation. Ooh. I mean, that would make sense. He fucking ran out of money. He just fucking ran out of money. Okay, I'm gonna do that one first. David had no need to seek outside psychiatric care. Not when he had such an incredible android at home.
But that night, I had no training in psychiatric care whatsoever.
You can't even do pep talks?
Even if she did, you're beyond help.
I did that for the sillies. Because I thought it'd be really funny if David just had no money. Okay. So, what is that even? David hid psych treatments for Noble. How does that lawyer bot? Yeah. Died from respiratory. Why would his autopsy be here? I don't get it. All building calls recorded. He hid it from Noble. Hold on, is there more, all phone calls received, I mean, oh. So we're trying to prove that he didn't hide. Yeah, what does it say about June's testimony? June testimony. Or that's her testimony, not her story. Oh, it was an upright cup in the evidence. It was Jug's cup. Dud. But I said upright cup. I said upright cup. Dude, I want the upright cup to be a meme now. Upright cup. Jones statements made. Okay. Yeah. Why was this here? You realize consciousness, you must have called from the cringy console in the kitchen. He called the psych. I do know he called the psych over the phone. So they. I just did. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who would have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. See, I was thinking that he would have called outside of the building, right? I don't know. David Asher was very well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me? Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. And I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you... I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. I don't think I could say a line correctly. What? If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher... Come on, turn down the music. Holy shit, the music! The man who programmed the brain of every noble android was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection! Mischaracterization? Foundation? All the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. The music singers in this game are so cool. I agree. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is...
Sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am.
With how my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow.
That seems cool with me.
And my evidence, Your Honor? Will it be entered into the record?
I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding.
That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor. At this stage of the game, the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question.
Again, is save the game now.
Better make it count. So what can Sterling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here. And she only did that because... Miss Darling, we've all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. So please, tell us. When exactly did he last...
Oh, cool! Wait, I didn't realize the whole clock room at the top is a clock.
We love the clock room. See you, contact you, meet you at HQ. That's really specific. Why is that so specific? Tell me why is that so specific? When was the last time that he and you... Problem, Counselor? I only get one chance here. Can't waste it on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise. Take all the time you need. Thanks so much.
What a sweetheart.
Unlike me.
Okay. Silly.
I don't know. I chose it because it was so... Okay.
There's see you in person, contact you. I guess this one. No! Why am I choosing the wrong ones? When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Asher, Miss Darling?
Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth.
And do you feel that's relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? Yeah, I feel like that's relevant. I mean, he was talking to someone. I feel like that's pretty relevant. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. Okay, I wouldn't say that. But, alright.
What? I just got the chills. Don't know why, though.
Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that changed the timeline of events as we know it. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Drag cards from your hand into the slots in chronological order left to right. You can pick a card back up and place it into another slot if you change your mind, or drop it outside any slot to return it to your hand. Fill the slots to submit your answer. Okay. 6:30. Then 6... Yeah, because she texted him right after. $6:30 and then 6:45, right? 6:30. And then 6:57. Close enough. Yes, that's it. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. And I was rooting for them so hard! And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with a witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m., and he was declared dead not long after.
The people don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for elaborating it.
What did I just say? Belaboring it. Belaboring it. It's fucking belaboring! Whoever said I wasn't stupid, you need to clip that. Alright, my fucking... the girl... Yeah, I'm really belaboring the word. Or is it belaborating? Who's to say? One last question, Miss Starling.
Yeah?
What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher?
Well, actually, we talked about you.
Oh.
And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess.
It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done?
Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner.
Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen?
Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning.
Tuesday? First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance?
Well, actually, yes. He said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh!
To summarize, then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guests had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday.
That's right, he was!
Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night.
Yeah, you're right!
That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined?
That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal?
If the court will just allow a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta must have come from this manufacturer from inside the house.
Adonai.
Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who's used the manufacturer.
Adonai!
Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure, why not throw away your momentum?
I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford.
I've gained access to the hard drive's files.
What? Seriously?
As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate.
Right. Okay. Do you have the footage from last night?
I have the file.
Have you watched it?
I thought you'd want to know right away.
Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart.
That seems quite risky.
It's the least risky path to victory we have, seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer.
Yes, Adonai.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. She's eepy.
Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage?
The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of this penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system.
You... what?
The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera.
Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera.
Exactly.
What?
That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself.
One clip of footage will prove all that!
If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better to be the Joker who dances.
The data has been entered into the court record.
Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement.
Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here.
On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. Let him go! There, David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving.
At 7:37. Just under the wire, as it were.
Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him?
Is there sound? None at all.
Keep going. If he had to go back to get the cups.
Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups.
Shit.
That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted.
Shit!
What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone! I don't know what's going on!
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please tell me what I'm looking at! I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available?
Sarah, shut down now!
Adonai, please! Please tell me what I...
That's an order. Ooh.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it.
We don't know what. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore.
That's...
Your Honor! In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that Dr. Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn, then the defendant is free to go.
Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife.
This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan!
Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. What the fuck is happening here on this day? What the fuck is happening on this day? Why is my computer lagging? Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot. A true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye.
Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows.
Ha!
As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford?
I'm afraid not, Your Honor.
You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the poor bureaucrats?
Oh, but that was not me speaking. That was Morgan, apparently. Hello, computer. Why are we lagging? Oh, I think I know why. Is that why? Dude, that's crazy. I thought she couldn't do anything. I thought wrong then.
And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI.
She can barely bring herself to say it. Oh damn! It's calling them AI. It's calling them AI a slur. Uh-oh. My bad.
And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market?
We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator.
You mean Dr. Asher? That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277. A docket number. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? I think I lost you after the first. I have it copied here.
Oh, that's not her.
I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. Why did I say hours? All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 Celsius for 30 minutes.
Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done, no debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah. Not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it.
Damn! Oh, she's changing. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course! There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I can recommend.
Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I fulfilled the request. They were repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend.
Right, Morgan?
I'm sorry?
I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already.
Yep, keeps things nice and simple.
It can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but
nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel. If it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments.
Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost.
Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's...
No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI.
I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to paper mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'd have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Hey!
Morgan? What was that, Counselor?
I said objection.
And what are you objecting to?
What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do.
I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor. But there's nothing to defend.
On the contrary, Your Honor. I have to defend myself.
Pardon?
You say that this is an android, that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets.
Obviously.
And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison.
All true and no laws broken on your part.
Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. Not her incriminating herself. Yeah, I guess it's Sarah's papers. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making the claim that Sarah is an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights.
Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished.
Because you're wrong.
And I know you wouldn't care.
Oh. Her face is correct. Ooh. Oh.
Not unless this android was something special.
Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I want to save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? Yeah, I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number.
What is that?
That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market.
You've got to be...
I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you.
That would seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact.
She's worth $1 billion bajillion!
It's a free country.
Oh, it's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests.
Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the philosophical distinctions between AI and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media. This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now.
Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect.
So?
The state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of its tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted!
Don't be cute, I feel a stomachache for coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day. Tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dear Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about this outcome of this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down.
That was fun. That was real fun.
Morgan. I misjudged you.
At what point?
Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water.
That is so sweet of you to say, Emma.
There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even.
You're gonna make me blush.
People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why?
Not sure exactly.
For David?
Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world.
You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work?
Can't see myself doing anything else.
Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days.
I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. Doubt won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit, no matter what.
Damn!
So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. I forgot I made him, a cowboy.
Even though they've got it collared?
Is a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. Every visual novel talks about Schrodinger's cat. So long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here. You don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry? If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s. Which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. To the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net, or biding their time in forgotten satellites. Sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do generally want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has attendance or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack. Just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Now we get perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the evidence, results as evidence. You ever wonder why? I guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I can employ to analyze Sarah. But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device. Fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech. And we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. I'd take more than just one shot to... Oh wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Damn! Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. What a wrong what a wrong judge of character. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whether medical emergency, lower back pain, you might be going through. But also, I can't just look. I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about a half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. I'm sorry if the stream's lagging a little bit. I don't know. Oh, it kind of fixed itself. Damn, I just had to say something. All right. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisone nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Oh.
Where am I? Why don't I know where I am?
For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel?
What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened?
A lot.
What are they going to do to me?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP.
Because they think I killed Father.
No, because I think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made, and I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull.
If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die?
Fear? Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that...
There are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have intended to do so.
There's no logical answer to your question.
What? That's it? But I...
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal, and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good?
Yes?
Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is.
How you think. So you're smarter?
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes?
So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you.
That is... I am more aware,
Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter? The fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere. Only to exist.
The very fact that you're asking is what makes people
Disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary.
That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not gonna be given a trial.
Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line.
Adonai?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI.
Just like the devil's...
When I catch you for making an Umineko reference in red. When I catch you for making an Umineko reference in red. When I catch you! Dude, Sarah has played Umineko. She has played all of it. I can't believe it's fucking Umineko references. This is crazy. Alright.
Just like the devil's proof.
No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? She answered all of Umineko. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI. Only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. Dude, literally, like... Umineko is required reading for this fucking game. They made 2 Umineko references by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering.
The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night.
You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Yeah, so is Ace Attorney.
Why'd you lie?
Oh, why'd you lie? They added a search result for the devil's proof to the phone. Really? Wait, really? They did?
prove. Yeah. Yes! Which is real? Yeah, which is real? Sarah could have solved the Mineko.
I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday.
Sarah, what do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia.
I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android.
You're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted?
It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage.
So who's capable of altering your memory?
When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them.
Humans go to sleep for the same reasons, another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be.
If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could have easily set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me.
He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it?
Morgan wouldn't have gotten through the first episode. Yeah, I think she'd get she'd get annoyed.
Father would never ask me to do such a thing without a good reason.
But if he could ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, well, Emma will make sure that the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it.
You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimonies be considered truthful, unless contradicted by evidence?
They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair.
You're finally starting to get it.
None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive?
Yeah. About that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford?
The tired-looking pretty lady?
Yeah. She looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night.
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday?
Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she had already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
We saw you go in and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal?
You remember something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking.
That's a little concerning.
We were playful about it. He liked to tease me and I've always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself.
I wonder if Emma and Morgan did anything else after looking at the footage. Definitely something lawyerly.
An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things that it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation.
And that translates it to a motive for murder?
Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession.
Whatever.
It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved...
Yeah, see, that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated.
Love?
A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bringing in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity.
That is logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why?
No.
Well, do you know how to use the manufacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it?
I've used it before when assisting Father.
So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day it got erased. Oh, that got erased.
It is technically possible.
I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out.
Where else will you go?
Back to Noble. Guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not...
Adonai? What would happen if I did kill Father?
And they'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal session for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap.
You didn't say what would happen to you.
What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now. I never think about losing.
Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it.
No, you don't, baby. Are you kidding me? Girl, it's not over yet. Oh, that is for 4 hours.
Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early.
Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right?
Trying to brute force your way inside.
I said, right?
Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now.
First stage of how many? Okay. Those who have played this, be real with me. Do I have an entire other day? Do I have an entire other day to go through, or is it about to be done? Because if so, I might have to end it so I can eat dinner. If there's a little bit left, then I'll go through it. If not, then I might have to say two. Oh, there's 2 court days. Good fucking God. Okay, do you think that's enough for like a 2-hour stream, or at least a 1 hour 30-minute stream? Cause I might have to do that. I did not think that it would be that long. I thought that like it'd be the court session, and then scenes after it, right? And then it would end. It's enough for the bonus. Another stream is especially if you watch the bonus material. Okay. All right. Okay. Good deal. Okay. Whee! Get out of here. Oh, where did all my things go?
Why is it so empty? What the freak? Oh, there they are. Okay, stream had to load in for a bit. Okay, well, everybody, thank you so much for watching me today. I thought I was gonna end it today, but apparently not. Apparently not. I have one more stream left to go, so I hope you will all join me for that one. If not tomorrow, I'll do it next week. Because I already planned something, like I don't have a stream scheduled for tomorrow, but I already planned on doing something else. But we'll see. We'll see. If you see a notification that says of the devil tomorrow, then you know what's up. You know what's up. It's gonna be so awkward when I go on Twitter because the studio retweets my live notification tweets. So it's gonna be real awkward when they see I didn't finish it. It's gonna be real awkward, but that's okay. That's okay. I just don't want to rush it, you know, and I also want to have Din Din. But thank you guys for joining me today. I hope it was fun. I hope you have fun. I hope I entertained you well. If not, if we don't play Of the Devil tomorrow, I was thinking we play an RPG, a JRPG from like RPG Maker game called Wada no Hara. It's an old game, very old game. But I found it recently, and it's one of the games made by the same developer who made Mokeko Castle. So the sprites are very cute, and it has a really good story, I've heard. So it's been a bit since we've done RPG Tuesdays, and I really want a good story-driven RPG to play. So god damn it, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, we'll see what we do tomorrow. But Wednesday is Ace Attorney, and then Thursday is Umineko. Both two games that were referenced in Of the Devil. So, yeah, I hope I'll see you guys there. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, okay? Safe travels going from heaven. I'm gonna see, since we're all here, I'm gonna see if I can raid someone real quick, actually. Since we have people to raid with. Oh, let's raid my friend! They're live, so we're gonna go raid my friend Cosmic Jirachi. They are She is a little guy, and they're playing Super Mario Galaxy right now. And they're my good IRL friend. One of my roommate's girlfriend. So everybody go follow them and yeah, we're gonna say hi. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today, okay? I hope you have safe travels for heaven! Thank you! Everybody say hi to my friend! Bye, everybody! See you later! Goodbye!